I probably don't want to go because I want to know what. Did you ever hear back from Tom?
No, I didn't.
Recording in progress.
He said, I think it's today.
That was last month. That's where he was last month.
Oh, maybe this week is the work meeting.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I couldn't remember. I knew he was going to be gone August, September, but I couldn't remember which one.
A little bit of it.
Extra microphone on somewhere.
That's not muted.
How bad are you? Well, yeah, discussion was a lot more. I was afraid it would be. It started the muttering at the start.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all images.
Yes. Good, Anton?
I think so.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everybody. I'll call to order the Wednesday, August 16th, Trinidad Planning Commission meeting. We will begin with a roll call.
Commissioner Slade,
I'm here.
Commissioner Hickman,
I also am here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Sure.
It looks like Commissioner Cole and Commissioner Hopkins are absent.
Right. Moving on to approving the minutes, we'll need to take these as two separate things, just because I was not present for the April 19th meeting. So let you guys talk about that one first. I feel like I've seen these before. Have we not approved the April 19th minutes?
They were in the June packet that we didn't actually take action.
Okay, that's why I've seen them before.
Move to approve the minutes from April 19th.
Yeah, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I will abstain.
Well,
Wait,
nothing.
yeah. Can't approve on that.
Oh, because then that drops below quorum for that particular item. All right, so we'll have to see those a third time then. Thank you for that catch. However, I believe we're in good stead for the July 19th meeting because I see 3 of the 4 people are actually in the room tonight, and here we can all talk. I had a couple things on here. I believe this one's city staff. Gabe was here, not Anton. Is that correct? Is that the meeting I remember was Gabe?
Yeah, that was the 12th.
That was the special meeting on the 12th.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So those minutes we haven't seen yet from the special meeting, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Actually, that takes care of, I think, my only other.
Can I interject for a moment that these are labeled as the special meeting minutes at the top?
Yes, they are. You're right.
Huh. When that happens. Oh, the 12th was the special meeting. Yeah.
I didn't have anything that I saw.
Trevor reached out to me by email and reminded me that without having shared some rationale for my opposition to the data use project, it may be considered arbitrary and capricious. So I just wanted to say that at this moment, I'm willing to share some rationale if you find that it is helpful or necessary. And if not, I'm happy just to use as they are.
I think since it didn't change the outcome.
Yeah. All right.
I think.
Okay, I move to approve the July 19th minutes with the removal of the word special at the heading.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, unanimous. All right, moving on now, approval of the agenda. Does anybody have any desired changes to tonight's agenda?
I would just like to ask Trevor, know that you're working real hard on lead grants, other high priority items. Is this the proper order for these 4 agenda items? Or are there others, or should we change it so that we make sure that we get through some of those ones that are real close to closure on the grant?
They're all ending at the end of the month, and so it'd be good to get as far as we can on items 2, 3, and 4. I'm not sure it really matters either way.
Okay, just wanted to make sure it's me that.
I mean, the administrative CDP regulations might be ready for an actual recommendation to the city council at this point, and that would be nice to have before the grant ends. But I don't think we're going to get final action on 2 or 4.
I just wanted to make sure whatever was acceptable to you. Okay.
Okay, motion to approve the agenda.
So.
All in favor? Aye. All right. All right, jumping in then with items from the floor. This is the time for any members of the public to express any items that are not appearing on the agenda. I see it appears we have 2 members of the public up on the screen tonight. Please unmute yourself or speak if you'd like to address us. All right. Sherry might be trying.
I'm trying. There I am. I just want to say I haven't been on the website for a while, and it's lovely. So congratulations, City of Trinidad, for updating the website. It did take me a little while to navigate and find the Zoom link, but I just wanted to say thank you for updating it. And, I look forward to what I look on as a community member, our policies like the STR policy, various different things. So as I navigate it, I might come back with some feedback, but I just wanted to let you know I appreciate the update on the website.
Thank you. It's duly noted. And I believe Mayor Kelly is a great person to offer the feedback. I believe she's kind of taken the point on the design and tweaks so far. So feel free to inundate her with that unless she directs you otherwise. Thanks. I don't see anybody in the room here. So we will then move on and come back to the agenda item number 1. Trevor.
I'm speaking through the. So this is just the monthly update on the trail closures that were approved by the Planning Commission in April. One of the conditions was that you receive regular reports at your meeting on the status. So as you know, Parker Creek Trail has been reopened since then. Axel and Greenwich Memorial Trail remains closed. There has not been any anything new to report since the last meeting.
Anything from the commission?
We did reference the GHD feasibility study. And that was supposed to have been done at the end of I believe, July. Do we know if that's complete?
I have not received a copy, but we could ask about that.
Are there any TMT meetings currently planned?
There are, but not related to this topic, but we could request that this topic be on.
Yeah, so Steve Allen will be back on Monday, so he's on vacation. I had reached out to him to try to see what the status is of that report. So yeah, the city has not received it yet. And regarding the Churai management team, they're currently trying to get a meeting together, but they haven't set up a date. But like Trevor said, that wasn't planned on the agenda. So specifically, what would you like from them, other than the fact that hopefully they'll have the report soon?
I guess an understanding of where they are. It sounds like it was supposed to be available in July, right?
Yeah, the way my understanding was that the feasibility report was to set the stage for potential redesign. Right. And so to me, that's fairly critical to get that in place as soon as possible if we indeed hope to stay on schedule to open it early next year or next year. So it's just a matter of keeping the ball rolling, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. So I just
Yeah. And like I said, once we get it from Steve Allen, then we can, I guess part of it was mentioned before, was the fact that the report was requested by the Churai, but hopefully we'll be able to receive a copy in the city.
Yeah, I would just add that there's a lot of concern among the public about the amount of progress that is being made towards these things. So certainly, I'm sure that report will have a lot of material information in it, but just the fact that the report is completed and is being reviewed by the appropriate parties, I think is enough to indicate that there is in fact still progress being made on that trail closure. So I'm more interested in, the assurance that progress is being made than about the actual contents of that report.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah, the city's anxious to, from a staff level, and I'm sure from a council level, to get the trail, open as soon as it can be feasibly made safe and hopefully improved according to the recommendations from that report. Yeah, since Trevor started off by saying the words, trail closures, I did want to indicate for your information that the Coastal Commission is having their monthly meeting in Crescent City at the Elk Valley Rancheria on September 6th, 7th, and 8th. And the Van Wyck Trail is one of the agenda items that was appealed, which should be on their agenda during that period.
And then, thank you. I had just one other thing just to remind that the commission is really interested in understanding from the management team our desire to have them pursue an alternate interim reopening, with the recognition that this project has the potential to go on for some length of time. We'd like to see, and we stop short of making it a condition of approval for the permits and the closure, the initial one, but we really want to see and understand the willingness, the desire. So, specific questions, if that needs to be agendized. I have no concept of how those meetings go and how they run. So whatever manner that can happen. And then obviously just some information back on it.
Yeah, that makes sense, as to timeline and the fact that depending on the scope of the improvements, hopefully it will be able to be open by next season, meaning around sometime in May, before we get the visitors season of the summer visiting season. So ideally, it could either be fully improved or improved sufficiently to be open, but that's a very good question to pose to the TRI management team.
I'll open this to public comment. I'm not seeing any. Again, there's nobody present in the room to go straight back to us. All right, no action required from us, Trevor. Right?
I've just got one more quick thought, which is going to make me sound like a conspiracy theorist. But I just saw that Tropical Storm Hillary has formed in the Eastern Pacific and is going to be moving in an almost due north direction and directing a lot of like southerly, swell energy in this direction. And I was wondering, I'm not an oceanographer, I don't really know much about the off-shore bathymetry, but does that beach get a lot of exposure to the south? Like if there's a significant southerly swell, does that have the potential to damage any of the infrastructure, including the fence that is there?
It's a good question.
And should we just keep in mind that these anomalous sort of weather events might be becoming more frequent? So I just wanted to make sure that somebody was aware of the fact that might be getting a bunch of south swells.
Is that?
Yeah.
September, after Labor Day. We should keep an eye on that. Like, could you relay that to, because Public Works goes down and checks it every week or so. So maybe keep an eye on the waves from that storm.
That's like the harbor folks will probably know quite a bit about how the area receives southerly swells. So maybe consulting.
I mean, it is exposed to southerly swells. If there's a big storm coming, they'll try and get people to get their boats out, for example. But they're probably going to shut down on Monday anyway. There's no problem.
You'll get with Public Works, and I just give them a heads up that potential for storm and coming and might need to change the frequency with which they're inspecting, I guess.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. So you're saying it's currently forming in the Pacific?
Yeah, it's off the southern tip of Baja. It's going to be working its way up the west side of Baja and potentially impacting as a tropical cyclone like San Diego, LA. So it's directing a lot of energy towards the north.
Okay. Do they have any projected date for hitting landfall around?
Yeah, I think it should be in Southern California. These are all projections at this point, but Southern California on the 21st. So
okay. So that'll be on Monday.
And then I don't know, the swell will arrive if it does. But
okay. Yes. Well, we will notify them.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm just here for this one item because I have a webinar talking about electricity from RCA. So I thought an alternative backup.
Yeah.
So I'll try to get that information.
Enjoy. All right. Thank you, Eli. All right. Then in that case, moving on to agenda item number 2, the parking study.
All right. So I wanted to get this to the Planning Commission, and I didn't finalize it because I wanted to get some input, questions, thoughts. I have some notes in the text. There we have a lot of information, and how to present it and what to present, how detailed to present it. Too much information could be too confusing. I think my inventory, measured curbs and things, but I think if we're going to do a real red curb inventory, it needs to be the city engineer going out there. So anyway, it's not specific engineering standards. So yeah, I have some notes in there with some questions, some of my thoughts, but I'm also, if you have other thoughts, ideas, questions, you think things aren't clear in some locations, I just wanted to get your input, any public input before. And I also I want to get this to the coastal commission, but I'm going to add the trails on these maps because one of the key things is how parking affects public access. So before I send it to the coastal commission, I want to put the trails on the maps, which I'm waiting for. But I also want to get coastal commission input for finalizing this since they asked for the study.
Okay, thank you. Any questions just to the staff and commissioners? We'll just jump right in.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
I guess my question, maybe bordering on concern, is about the study having a tone that parking is this resource that helps ensure coastal access. I'm wondering if that is sort of the position of the coastal commission. So it seems that, the other view, which is that parking is just an area to stuff these earth destroying death machines, doesn't appear at all in the report. Right? So isn't it like the idea that parking is this resource to ensure coastal access is that position of the coastal commission?
Absolutely. It's a big position of the coastal commission. And I mean, Trinidad is so isolated. Vehicles are, if you look, there's more vehicles in Trinidad than there are people.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think it's a community issue too, I think, for Trinidad.
Right.
Without public transport and things like that.
It seems to be kind of unidimensional from that standpoint.
No, that's a good point because, like the city of Arcata is, reducing parking standards and reducing parking requirements, partly to try and encourage alternative modes of transportation. Personally, I think there's some issues with that in Arcata too. Anywhere around here is somewhat isolated to some degree. And the weather, that's people. And, and then my other thought more recently has been, well, if it's going all electric anyway, greenhouse gases is kind of been the driving factor for getting rid of cars. If it's going all electric, then does it matter anymore?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. I would argue as well that the driver and pedestrian safety is a factor as well, right? So even if you do eliminate the carbon footprint, there's still, by virtue of making the city car friendlier, inherent pedestrian unfriendliness. There's that. So.
Yeah, well, I think we want to do both. I think we want to recognize that people are going to be driving here, and I think that's one of the recommendations is looking at how to make pedestrian safer. So yeah, I think that that sort of more rounded discussion could be included in the report in terms of why it's geared the way it is.
Yeah, I would, if one of the main conclusions is that there's not a parking problem per se, I think that there's other related issues that could certainly be resolved, right? Like I think that it's easy to argue that you can ensure coastal access if you can improve pedestrian and active transportation use. I think that if you look at parking issues, you can also ensure the safety of the folks who are walking around town and perhaps using transportation. And then if it's really fully necessary to support those goals, then that's, I think, the time to start thinking about clarifying where spots exist and restriping and stuff like that. For those, I've talked to them, so I'll shut up for a bit. But
no, I think those are good insights.
Do those mesh okay with the SB2 goals for just the parking study? They're very important.
Well, so the connection with
it's kind of a bigger issue for the city as a whole. This is one.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. We sort of have to narrow the study to something. And pedestrian safety was not really what we were looking at in here. And so I don't want to make too many recommendations or conclusions about that because that's not what we were looking at. But yeah, so one of the main purposes that we did this is because with our ADU ordinance, the Coastal Commission said, well, do you have enough parking? You have to show us you have enough parking without impacting public access to ADUs. So that's the connection with the SB2 housing grant, is that the Coastal Commission wouldn't take our ordinance without it.
I understand that as well. I think that whether it's emphasized in the final report or not, takeaways here is that there's not really a parking problem. So if there's ways to make the city safer and more pedestrian friendly, now we have the data to support that.
Yeah,
whether or not
let's concentrate on other things.
totally.
Right. Anything on, start here with the table of contents?
Well, I'd like to make just a couple of general comments. First of all, thank you very much. This is a lot of effort.
And I was very interested. I found it really interesting.
There's a lot of energy in this. That's really great. I think just a general comment, though, is that this cries out for an executive summary.
I had a space for that, and Cheryl was like, we don't usually put those in SHM reports, but okay.
I think it would really be useful, and I think it would be useful for a couple of reasons based on what Chris just said, is that there, I think we could put the emphasis on the messages that we're trying to get out to the public. And one of the messages is, do we have enough parking for STRs? And do we have enough parking for potential build out of ADUs? And so with a little bit of focus, perhaps in executive summary, along with whatever else you want to put in there. But I think there's a lot of data here. And, I think it would just benefit from having a summary where people can just go and really get the messages really articulated right up front. But yeah, this is great. Thank you very much. Work.
I think that would go a long way. It'd be great.
Oh, one other comment. I'm sorry, I wanted to make. I was really disappointed that we didn't get to participate in the walkability surveys with
Dan Berman.
Yeah, I think it was Berman. I think that would have been a really great thing for Trinidad. And I know there was probably a lot of reasons why not, but if he is available again, I think we would really benefit from those kinds of surveys, because he really came up with some interesting things in Blue Lake and the county. So,
Well, gosh, that was probably been at least 10 years, but we did have someone. We had someone in our office for a while that did walkability assessments, and he did one in Trinidad.
oh, okay.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know his whole background. He was English. Their roads are a little different, but yeah, I mean, he certainly and things have changed obviously in Trinidad, projects, but yeah, I mean, and I think the entrance to town was one of the major points of conflict that was identified in there. But if you're interested in that, I can dig it up.
Or see how relevant it might still be.
All right. Unless there's anything prior to packet page 30 where it kind of gets into the meat and the text. Acronyms, that was nice to see in importance to the public, and the list and all those things will get kind of tidied up. But anything on, I guess it's page 1 of the actual report, or page 2, let's start with those. Page 1. Page 2. You had a question for us, Trevor, about including the sample traffic form as part of an appendix. And as I'm reading my comment here, yes, I think that's a good thing to have so folks can see. And I don't know if there's a way to kind of simplify it for the end user, to kind of have like an appendix that just has kind of, a sub-appendix, if you will, with just like the raw data, kind of those things. That way, if somebody wants that level of detail, it's in here, but if you don't need it, you don't have to go to them, if that makes any sense at all. Or it's cleaner just to think about.
Yeah.
Talk about the raw data.
Okay. And do you so the parking count form is on 57 and 58 of the packet. And so I gave you both the sort of raw entry form, but then also the next page was the key for data entry. So these are how the boxes were grouped for data entry and then translated to, figure 1, as well as numbers and letters. Which version of the form?
I mean, personally, just an example of one of them, I think, is plenty. Just the raw data one. How the sausage was made after that point is, I don't think, as interesting.
And do you want all 6 pages or just an example like this?
Personally, I think an example would be enough. I assume somewhere the raw forms, the packet of everything that was used will live on in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Right. So should somebody want it, they can certainly get it. Anybody else have thoughts on that one?
You might as well. I don't know this. We'll be looking for it, but if someone is, then there's.
Yeah, I mean, there's, in general, I would lean towards including too much data than too little. But then sometimes, like the real raw data would be pretty confusing. But even the inventory, the way it is maybe bring up more questions than answers. I don't know. So yeah, that's why I'm looking for some info.
Anything else on page 2?
Yeah, it's sort of mentioned a little bit later, but I think it would be nice to report the response rates of the various surveys. That information is available in your fingertips.
Okay.
I know because I personally didn't return my resident survey. Sorry, but it certainly wasn't 100%. Which is clear from the values you do report later.
Page 3. That's on TP2 and bus stops, fire hydrants. Figure 2. First, right there. My first thought on that was figure 2 is really data rich already. I'm not opposed to including that type of information. And I think we get to some red curve discussion later, which should be co-located with hydrants as well as spots. So might be, I think I have some notes if I remember in the packet later on that, but I would suggest maybe an additional figure.
Yeah, I mean, I think I thought about trying to show red curves, but again, I don't have, my measurements are not necessarily exact. So I was hesitant to, put that in stone, so to say. Plus, between the stormwater project and the pedestrian project, I'm thinking that there was time. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, other than red curves, I'm not sure those really. Yeah. But how about there's the inventory appendix question. So I gave you Underwood as an example. Packet page 63. That's and Underwood's a cleaner one than some of the others. One of my hesitations is a lot of these encroachments are difficult to categorize. And so, someone's going to come in and say, well, you categorize this wrong. And, it's not perfect. But it was, sort of the best I could do to try and simplify it.
While we're talking about Underwood, Underwood, the signage at Underwood. And so I don't know, there has to be some sort of what's the word I want? Not availability factor, but a factor that says that's more difficult to get to than other parking spaces and what I'm referring to is a sign that says, I can't remember exactly what it says, but it says something to the effect that no turnaround, no outlet.
Yeah.
And I even get a little nervous going down there, because
just to play devil's advocate, there is no cul-de-sac at the end of Underwood, right? So it's literally a 3-point turn.
you have to turn around in someone's driveway. Yeah.
But there is trail access.
There is a trail. Yeah.
With the trail across the street, right?
And, that property, that big property there where the trail north of the trail, it's actually 3 parcels. They're going to come in for a lot line adjustment at some point.
I saw the stakes there. Okay, I figured something was up.
The city, could potentially, require some kind of easement for at least a turnaround there, so that people could use the trail, or the city could sign it for overflow parking on busy days or something, without making people turn around.
Definitely something to consider. In the future, yeah.
And also want to folks on that street receive deliveries from flatbed trucks or box trucks, where those folks have to back the whole way down the street.
Yeah.
So I think there is some validity to discouraging turnaround on there, but definitely, there's no doubt trailheads down there.
But as far as the inventory being an appendix, as long as there's, for me, I don't have a strong opinion whether or not it's physically here, as long as there's a note in here saying,
It's
here's an example
on file.
and then the rest are on file, please contact to obtain. So that way if somebody wants it, they know right where to get it, and then if we're going to keep, for example, that packet page, what was it, 57 or no, 58 or no, 63, sorry, the Underwood example, maybe just putting, like a watermark across saying sample, and then with a note on that page as well, perhaps saying detailed, gory detail available by contacting Trevor Parker. data hounds that are out there. That would be my suggestion there. It would also then limit the size of the packet that we're going to have to print and have available and store somewhere for,
Yeah.
How many of those inventory pages are there?
Let's see. So Underwood is just this one page, and then the others are grouped by north, south, and they're probably 4 or 5 pages each. So 10 portrait oriented pages plus this one landscape.
I don't think we need all of those.
all right. Anything else on page 3 of the traffic study, parking study, excuse me. All right, moving on to page 4. Your first question, kind of a general thing. This might be something that could go in the executive summary. As I understood your question, Trevor, you're kind of asking, there have been some things that have changed since you took the survey, right? Since you collected the data. And my opinion is I feel like it would be a good idea to have it kind of static, have everything reflect the way it was when the survey was conducted, kind of as far as the report, and there'd be an opportunity to speak to changes in a separate section, just to really keep things clear, because otherwise, you'll read something, go, wait,
Yeah, and so that's figure, because I have, things have,
In figure 2, I'll call myself out here. It looks that I have landscaping as the, if I'm looking.
well, that's the current.
Right? But not what it was when you did this.
What it was
Right.
signage,
Signage to
it would have been
fence, right?
orange,
So
yeah.
if that was affecting the study results, I feel like,
Yes, actually, because I don't think I counted those as parking spots.
right. I just,
Yeah,
I'm just kind of generally speaking.
or like the cherry trees that were removed on the north end of Ocean, there's still a bank there, but you could probably park there now.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and where I didn't count those as parking spots, cherry trees. So yeah, it's been, so yeah, and then at what point in time, because we did this over 2 years, so in the middle of the study, at the end of the study.
Maybe conditions at the end of the study. I don't, yeah, at the end of the study or the.
At least probably they should reflect, really what they should reflect what was counted as parking spots. It's not counted.
The collection forms didn't change during the course of the study, right?
No, and I had to, when calculating percentages of utilization, I had to pick a number of parking spots that were available. So I based that on, count, could someone actually park there during the study. But it did change from one year to the next a little bit.
Yeah, that brings up a question or a good point. What do you anticipate that the change is? I don't know, a percentage of availability or number, maybe numbers a better way of looking at it.
I mean, certainly, when they did the Trinity Street project, they were pretty careful about keeping the number of parking spots the same because the Coastal Commission's made it pretty clear that if we're taking away parking spots, although I think what was going to be a parking spot at the eatery ended up not being a parking spot. But otherwise, it was mostly encroachments. The stormwater project removed a couple of encroachments. Galindo, one on Underwood. Like the cherry trees.
So it sounds like if anything, it maybe have gone up.
Probably the number of spots went up. Yes. Yeah. Oh, and Ewing too. They cleared some vegetation with that. Now there's one further.
Right.
Well, it's more, I guess, just to understand.
Yeah.
I know we have to just pick a point.
You have to pick a point, and then I need to explain it in the report.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the beginning of the study, since the forms didn't change where the data was collected. So, I mean, the artifact limitation would have been maintained throughout the length of the study, right?
Yeah.
And then you could explain other stuff.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. I'll have to look though, again, like how I wanted to match up with how I counted parking spots, because I might have changed how I entered all the data and did the calculations. That was the end of the study, and that's when I counted the number of parking spots.
So because the number of parking spots may have modestly increased, if we choose that point in time, the original point in time, then we are attempting to overestimate utilization. Is that true?
Yes.
So I think that's sort of a worst case
Yes.
sort of situation.
Yeah.
So there's another measure for that.
Okay. Oh, yeah, was the explanation in the text clear in terms of how the number of spaces in the gravel parking lot was calculated? Do you think this?
I thought it was.
59.
You had a picture also that kind of showed the overlay, right?
Yes.
I do have a question about that, which is a significant amount of that parking lot was historically flooded in the winter, right? Like there's large puddles there. I don't know if it's a problem anymore.
No, that was it was regraded and repaired as part of the city
Right.
stormwater. So,
But were those flooded spots considered available spots?
well, I mean, this is really just an exercise in how do you estimate? I mean, that's part of why there's more than 100%, because people park willy-nilly all over that place. I mean, it's, and up and down the edges of the, they park everywhere.
Perpendicular to parallel.
Yeah, so it's really, it's just an estimate.
Sorry.
Just a couple of comments while we're still on that. It's well, it's on page 59. The little proposed gravel lot parking lot layout kind of confused me at first. I was looking at it from the standpoint of looking at it from the ground level, so these cars were all below ground. So if there's another way of perhaps looking at that, that would be useful to me. Now, maybe it's just my perception, but it just was at first. I went,
See that? Yeah.
oh, why are they under?
Propose, we're gonna dig it, we're gonna.
Yeah, right.
I think what you have on page 60 at the bottom is more easy to
More
understand. Better.
More better, yeah.
Kind of represents, the red at the top there kind of
Right.
represents.
And maybe that's all it needs. Maybe that plus. Maybe just that page.
I guess I don't think the figure at the bottom of 59 adds anything more than what the bottom of 60 does.
Certainly not with your calculation at the top there. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
And then I don't know, because I too looked at that. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah. Took me a second as well.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if you just like eliminated the black bars on top of the cars and maybe flip the labels to the bottom.
I mean, there's a way to change it, sure, right? Just the way it is right
Some
now.
of that's value.
Yeah. And then I have another question. And I know we talk a lot about parking is very influenced by the season. And when you look at the parking lot that we were just referring to on page 59 and 60, and then the Rancheria parking lot as well, there's an awful lot of crab pots that wind up taking lots of spaces. And it wasn't clear to me, you mentioned, you mentioned here, may result in loss of parking spaces, so forth, but, and it says operates the harbor facilities, stores moorings. Yeah, that's a big deal every year, such as crab pots, etc. So it wasn't clear to me how we accounted for that in the report.
Well, we didn't really do parking counts during that time of year.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of wondering. Yeah, the concern I would have is that I bet we lose, well, not only that whole row, but the whole, what would it be? That would be the north end of the Rancheria's parking lot for weeks at a time when the crab pots are there. And so I don't know how to account for that, off the top of my head, but I somehow I think it's something we should address somehow.
Anecdotally, probably there's an influx of people during the holidays, but and I don't know if there's any kind of events down there during the winter, but do you notice a parking issue down there?
Probably not anecdotally, but at the same time, I don't know, I just want to make sure that we at least address it somehow, even if we, just say this, some sort of waiver on the number of spots down there.
Yeah.
This varies due to the, need for moorings and crab pots, et cetera.
Maybe a secondary sentence after that, just saying that, the impact of this, is unknown or
wasn't
the scope of this survey. Anything else on page 4? Page 5.
Just curious, why did you think that there were so many anonymous responses?
the businesses.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't get a ton of responses, but maybe employees didn't want to identify their employer.
Employees that,
Yeah.
oh,
So it's handed out to employees.
okay.
And managers, but.
I got it now. Okay.
Right, page 35. I was really disappointed the absolute dearth of survey responses, and I understand, but I really appreciate the sensitivity to the litter. If we ever do a survey, but again, I'll just say it out loud so we all hear it, but maybe somebody running around with an iPad that they can just click on a survey and saying, "Hey, welcome to Trinidad. You got time for a 30-second survey?"
Or a sign with a QR code.
Just something, yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of a way because visitors don't come into City Hall terribly much.
No, we were.
And the 3 quote-unquote visitors that did are regular visitors. So what's the definition? Are they somebody that comes to the tennis court regularly?
Yeah, that was something we brainstormed a little bit and never figured out a good solution. Sort of someone walking around and handing out surveys, but then those would get tossed too. So,
I don't know. It was just popped into my head. I mean, nothing really.
Yeah.
It is what it is at this point. I didn't have anything else on page 35.
So I just wanted to make sure I got the numbers right. In the paragraph that's labeled resident survey, second line says the response was relatively large with 49 people responding. Then down under item 3, it says out of 52 residents. So are those supposed to be 2 different numbers, or is it just the same residents? The numbers just don't jive.
That's a good question. Maybe some of this was tallied before all the responses. Well, let's see. Although not everyone submitted comments, but 49 that submitted all the surveys, but I will check that.
It did just pop out to me. That is a difference of 3. I don't know. Could the visitor surveys have been somehow? I don't know if they looked.
I think
I'm just thinking the data was getting tabulated. I don't know.
Yeah, I will check those numbers.
Excuse me. Great. Nope. All right. Page 7. I absolutely would like to see the public comments in there.
That's actually probably my favorite.
I was able to read it and I saw my comment in there and I felt very validating, like, hey, my survey was read, right? So I think that's important for people to see that make the effort. Here's a chance where they can see, and it wasn't redacted, it wasn't summarized. It's like, here it, unless there's some course.
I think some were somewhat, there is, I think, one that says he wrote a book, see survey.
Okay. But anyway, so I would just advocate to kind of your 2 TP6 and 7. I think, And even, to the question of overnight, I know overnight parking is a concern for a lot of people or for some folks, and we hear that concern frequently, is how I'll phrase that. I think, including that would be important too, again, just for capturing the commentary and, validating people's effort. Participating. That's all I have on that page.
Yeah, definitely, and it's, this study has, has made me, look at my own neighborhood more closely in terms of parking patterns. And a lot of it has to do with who your neighbors are.
All right, moving on, page 8.
So I do recall, must have been last year, in fact, somewhere I've got photographs of dozens, not sure to say dozens, but lots of RVs parked on it. How have we solved that? Or have we?
It's interesting. I didn't see the overnight. I didn't see them overnight. Hardly at all. And, obviously there are a number of comments that have to do with that. It's just not something that, we didn't record RVs specifically, but I noted them and I just didn't see that many RVs. I think the one year, I think there were a couple of years, the big fire years with the campfire and some of those, and then it led into COVID, but there were so many fire evacuees that one year where there were all the complaints about RVs and people camping in Trinidad. And that seems to be when it started. And we know a lot of those folks were fire evacuees. The whole labor, there was a big, and then they didn't, and I know, I remember, so it was that Labor Day weekend and they had just repaved Edwards and they hadn't painted the white stripe. So the RVs were parked, all cars and RVs were parked all up and down the south side of Edwards.
Yeah.
On that Labor Day weekend.
Right. Okay, so I just wondered if we did anything overtly to.
I know some people are going to be upset at the study because we just didn't find the problems, but and we have talked to the Coastal Commission about overnight parking. It was fine to do, I guess, on Main Street. That's outside the appealable area. If to do it on Edwards, they want significant documentation that it's a problem, and and they want it limited as much as possible. So like no parking from midnight to 5 or 4, because someone might want to, because they don't want to keep people from taking a full moonlight night walk on the beach, or someone who wants to get up at 4 a.m. and dig for clams, whatever it is. They want to make sure that kind of thing is not unduly restricted.
Yeah, and it just goes back to my comment earlier about the message that we need to send in the executive summary, and that would be probably something just to touch on. Just that a lot of the requirements are driven by the Coastal Commission.
The other thing I'd just add anecdotally, I get up a lot of mornings when I'm in town and just walk down to the bluff with a cup of coffee and just, overlook. And very frequently, vehicles that I saw there the night before when I would go out and walk the dog or something were gone because they tend to get on the road earlier. So depending upon what time the survey was conducted, if they've already packed up and moved on to their next destination, they're not going to be captured even though they were there earlier. You wouldn't know. We did have a couple 2 years ago, folks that were, probably fell into the houseless category and were full-time residents and totally members of the community were on top of communicating with the sheriff's department, and the sheriff's department, my understanding, did actually at least enforce the 72-hour parking rule, and they were asked to do that on several occasions because some of those folks became problematic. Also, I think that that was my impression of this last season. I think the trend for the van life coming through seems to have perhaps waned a little bit.
Well, I think for a lot of the business structures.
Yeah.
COVID.
People are having to go back to work, right?
Yeah.
So they're no longer able to work remotely, and I think a lot of those things are
It's a good time to buy them.
right. Yeah. Bad time to sell, right? Okay.
You mentioned it, is the 72-hour rule referenced anywhere in the report?
I did not.
I don't recall seeing it. I don't know exactly where it would go, but
Well, I did somewhere. I talked about some of the parking regulations.
it's
Under the strategies, is that?
Yeah, I think yeah.
55.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of discussion about enforcement.
Yeah.
Yeah, so probably in the strategies.
Just for, you mentioned people would be unhappy, but there's already a law that precludes long duration stays.
And that's pretty standard. It's that 3-day.
All right. Across it. If not, an appropriate place to. It's executive summary is getting longer and longer. It's its own summary.
Summary for this,
Right. Yeah. All right. Moving on, page 9. I think we would have it too.
One of the counts was on Father's Day. Isn't Father's Day historically been like fish festival / whatever?
Yeah. Would have been interesting to do a parking count during Fish Fest. We do have an aerial photo. We did take an aerial photo during Fish Fest.
So yeah, the question was, so that was the survey was not completed during Fish Fest.
Yeah, no, there was no Fish Fest, no, because Fish
Okay.
Fest hasn't been since
Was
COVID.
done
Since
with,
COVID.
I can't think the name's escaping me. They've done it at the school, I think, once or twice now. There was an event there.
Yeah,
It's a survey conducted.
but yeah, I think COVID was probably the.
And I think a lot of people did to go for that too, came through.
Yeah, because it got smaller and smaller. But yeah, no, the Fish Fest was it was a big deal. And it was the day after Oyster Fest. Yeah, it was a zoo.
Was any data collected on Clam Beach Run Day? Those, or would that have been outside? That's what January, February.
No, but I think
I think we all know the impact on the one.
Yeah. and that's that is and maybe because I wasn't always aware of events necessarily, but I know like the surf or the lifeguard thing. There's a surf competition down here, a lifeguard. So there's things like that. We're clearly some HSU events at the Marine Lab. So definitely there was a day I came through, graduation for the school.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
So there was definitely events are big drivers of the peak parking rates. Sure.
The question was more about data analysis than like disputing the overall trend. Yeah, the city's got lots of parking.
Yeah. It's those specific kind of events, and then when you get a holiday that coincides with nice weather too, I think
It's like a nice Father's Day.
First sunny day in a long time. Definitely big influx at the beach parking. All right, page 10. I just had an observation, I think in the text where it says Thursday and 59.2 on Sunday, that probably should read 59.4 at the top of the page. Our peak is 59.4 on a Sunday according to the graphics, but in the text.
Okay.
It says
Yeah.
Yeah. So that nothing else jumped out at me.
This is the pedantic college instructor in me, but I'd really like to see like some standard deviation or standard error bars there, just to.
Want me to do statistics?
No, I specifically did not want you to do, but you know, I don't need a p value or anything. I just want to sort of see how much variation there was.
Does Excel do that easily?
Oh, yeah.
They do. It does, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Like, so for the data all together? Okay.
Because I mean, some of those mean differences might be a lot of variability there that you can't just compare means.
Yeah.
I realize that your time is finite, so I don't need it, but it would be interesting to see. I think it would improve the overall quality of the graph,
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay, page 11.
Yeah, the same thing applies to all of the graphs.
Page 12.
I guess not. No, I was just looking at the last sentence of the page, and there's not relative to this.
The same note. Just regarding your TP8 there, Trevor. I don't know that a figure with that information would be necessarily terribly meaningful. To me, anyway. I mean, it's here. Elsewhere, you know. With one less, standard deviation.
One less.
Sorry, right? Yeah, exactly. One less. You don't have to select all.
I guess it would be, I mean, I kind of like the idea of it, but it is one point in time, which is one disadvantage of it. So it could be heavily impacted by some sort of event that might have been going on. I think so probably the harbor area is a big one there. Kind of the reason why I like the idea of it is, there's these averages, and then there's this peak one, but this peak is, throughout the entire study. So this kind of presents a little bit of a skewed view, which is why I thought that the 1 point in time figure might be helpful. Fine.
I don't really know that it contributes too much to the narrative. I like we know that there's times and dates that are busier than others.
Okay.
There's locations that are going to be busier and time, Yeah.
I think the overall narrative is very clear. I'm not sure that the big problem graph is necessary.
All right, page 13. Just to your TP9, I felt like in that paragraph already existed an explanation of why sometimes there's potential for an overcount. So I think anything else was,
there's several other examples as well where you mentioned how it may happen.
So I guess I have a couple thoughts on the loaded paragraph. Does the city of Trinidad have a parking problem? Well, I think most eyes are going to go to. And the first comment was, I think it's the second sentence that begins, as is evident, contributes to the perception that there is a parking problem. I felt like, not that sentence wasn't long enough, but maybe something else adding in, or areas of concentrated use compared to other areas of town. I could perceive that I have a parking problem given my proximity to the mall in town, right? Saunders Plaza. But that's relative for me based off where I live, and wouldn't necessarily reflect the overall thing.
Well, and I think it probably kind of dismisses people's concerns maybe a little bit.
At least acknowledges that, people that live near intersections, where businesses are going to see heavier traffic because those businesses have to have, if they're pre-existing, then their parking requirements are different for, than a new business going to that same location would be. Then just another general question, the criteria for red zones, green zones. I started trying to look through the code, the municipal code, and really couldn't find a whole lot of guidance.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I want one in front of here. I want one there. More an observation, I guess, than anything else.
Yes. So, well, yeah, it was one of the surprising things is the inconsistency in the red curves. There's a standard for intersections and crosswalks, but not driveways.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But even it's inconsistent, or curves. What do you do on a curve? And I guess that's sort of, some of it's up to the city engineer. Some of it's just public works out there with a paint can. But the city has, one of the things I've noticed in my time here is the city has painted a lot more red curves. And again, it was people, kind of tending to complain about people parking in front of their house or in a narrow location. I think again, the city just painted red curve in the past, where now the coastal commission's made it very clear that if we paint red curve and there's parking spots, that's development. We're still butting heads over the 20-minute zone here because they want a CDP and it's just anyway.
Yeah, I questioned that one too. And that's a big stretch of available.
That's a big stretch, and it was a big discussion at the council meeting.
Well, in even the previous owner, it was a matter of the squeaky wheel gets the grease. He made it very clear that had to be a no park zone. At that time, it was no parking at all. It was a
There.
yeah.
Part of it still is.
Yeah, but that was
Yeah.
Again, I think that's just kind of a more general. I don't know if that's like it.
So, that's one of the recommendations is to have some have some standards for this kind of thing.
that's what that's what we just said. We got to do it.
Yeah. Or, the 20-minute spots here and there's an ADA, there's, and I don't know who makes those decisions.
Yeah, I don't know. Other jurisdictions might be beneficial to look and see what they do. Is it ordinances? Is it policies?
Yeah, and maybe it goes beyond red curves, but other curves.
I think for me it goes. Any kind of restriction, any kind of modification to beyond the 72 hours, because that's really kind of the only thing. That folks, like you said, there's a few things in the municipal code about, driveways and fire hydrants and for red striping, but.
Okay. He is a good resource, and we've, Anton was mentioning that Josh will be at the next city council meeting. I think maybe talking about the striping and the new crosswalks on Edwards and things like that. And I know there's been still, between Eli and Josh, there's been some conversations about some of the traffic calming things that have been discussed as well.
You may know best practices kind of for that kind of
and I think because I think a lot of these discussions it's becoming sort of squeaky wheel kind of thing, but it's also okay. Last year it was the stop sign here, and now it's the city council 10 years ago would never approve stop signs there. Yeah, I was so surprised when they went in. But it's just like jumping from one thing. Without let's why are we doing this and how does it fit into the bigger context? Yeah.
I do feel compelled to add though this. There are some curves or some red stripe sections which probably ought to be longer. You know, it's almost T-bone today. It's Western Trinity after I picked up this packet, right? So there's I would caution against like just offering up removal of red striped areas as a possibility, when in reality there might be some areas that would need to be elongated. And now we've got this parking survey. If it does require a CDP or whatever, you can use this parking survey to say, hey, we've actually got plenty of parking. Let's ensure traffic safety. Let's ensure pedestrian safety. We got to make this red zone longer and jump through some hoops to do it. We got data that says we should be able to.
Yeah, and I think part of that is not having curbs in so many areas.
And I think it is worthwhile to dive into what determines whether there should be an ADA parking spot or not. Because if the goal is again to ensure coastal access, or just ensure access more generally, probably wouldn't hurt to have a few more ADA spots around either. Again, because we've got this large pool of available parking, let's use that information to ensure better access.
I think they have an ADA spot in the actual, they have one or two ADA spots in the actual parking lot. The city used to have one on the street here, right? But now they have this one.
There's the one from the task force now, the one at the city hall. Is there for the summer galleries or whatever they're still?
So what?
Someone by the art gallery.
When it's at tennis court. Actually, there's.
Murphy's has it.
Murphy's had one too.
Well, and there's no, another thing that's come up at planning commission meetings is there's no bike parking. We want to encourage people to park, over there and walk.
Didn't we have a grant project where we identified locations where we thought they should go?
I think that might have been in the general plan update. We talked about that.
Just general plan, there was no funding.
The city had a grant many years ago to put some in, but nothing recently.
And I will continue to beat the dead horse, but if there's a lot of available parking and, there's the possibility of adding bike lanes, getting bike lanes at the expense of this plentiful parking resource.
I
appreciate the fire, I think.
Emirates really needs a sidewalk.
Anything else on Lucky 13? Moving on to 14.
And anything you want specifically, discussed or recommendations you have, they can certainly go into general plan policies and recommendations. But if there's some of the things you're talking about, that's the kind of thing I want to see. Based on this information, what are your conclusions? What do you want to see?
I would we kind of just said it, but there needs to be a striping survey of all varieties in town. Understand what we have and see if we can find out why they're there and are they even, adequate or inadequate, right?
Yeah.
Just to my brain. So now the different strategies. Page 14.
I wholeheartedly agree, but I'm concerned about, unfortunately, property owners on the south side of Edward Street objected to this is a small portion. That's unfortunately there.
That's just more due to public opposition.
Yeah.
A little less
Yeah.
nature.
Where, let's see. I can find
like
it.
the fourth line up from the bottom. Unfortunately, property owners on the south side of Edward Street.
There's a whole foot. Which is why I might have been a little sarcastic, because it was a foot. And that's a 60-foot right of way. So it's like the city owns like 16 feet of their front yard and we only own a foot. But anyway.
Well, then there's also driven by some said a strong age, agent urbanize efforts.
Well, and I think it was also people they wanted the trail fixed. And so they saw the sidewalk as
Yeah, sure.
death of the trail, too. So there was a lot of things going on.
Just a comment. I mean, our general plan speaks to, the preference not to have sidewalks on some streets, right? I mean, that's
Yeah.
elements, right? Is that right?
For local streets, yeah.
So,
But Edwards isn't all.
no, yeah, it's not. Same argument can be made. Cars that use that as the bypass from the busier streets, anyway. All right. Page 15.
I just had a comment. I'm sorry. I'm still at the 14 real fast. We talk about, this is a little confusing to me. We talk about Edward Street. And then as we transition over to page 15, we talk about other streets, in other words, Wick, Trinity, Hector, so forth and so on. And yet we make a big point of showing information on Underwood, and it's not even mentioned. Now, is there a reason for that, or am I?
Do you mean in the local streets discussion or?
Well, we start with Edwards, and then and there's quite a bit of information about Edwards. That's on 14, and then 15. It says local streets. We talk about as examples. I realize Galindo and Van Wyck, but in the packet here, in the parking study, we have the page for Underwood.
Oh.
So I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
I realize maybe they're two different subjects, but how do we tie those two together, two issues together, or no?
Yeah, I only used Underwood as the example because it's the one that fit on one page.
Okay. Okay.
So it's a disconnect.
Yeah, I got it. I just.
And then, like our discussion earlier, Underwood is underutilized. And so, particularly during events or something, it might be worthwhile to direct cars there, but without a turnaround or an outlet, it's not really best place to direct you.
Which is just directly to Wagner Street. It's all our parking. That's a good comment.
On 15, I had just a comment, and I feel like this might have been addressed later, but I'll say it anyway because I get deep into this again. When you talk about local streets, there's also on the local streets a lot of private parking places that are heavily utilized that impact whether or not cars are present on the local street. I can think of, the field behind Saunders, the Parker Creek Trail parking to Old Home Beach that goes on there is substantial at times.
Yes.
Some attribute that to a large occupancy down there that can hold multiple vehicles, but I also believe that beach is a huge draw for people. And I see a lot of people unloading their vehicle and going down there. So my point was just that I don't know how we kind of address that. The school parking lot, eats up a lot of stuff for Beachcomber. I know it was kind of included in the survey, but if those places were to suddenly decide, no, we don't want these open, if the school were to fence off or the Murphy's lot were developed into something else and it no longer became available, that's going to push traffic onto the local streets. So that was kind of the gist of my comment there.
Yes, and I definitely noted that with right behind Murphy's, where I think a number of employees.
That's Murphy's Law as well.
That's is part of that. But I have wondered about Parker Creek Drive.
Parker Creek Drive itself, there's not a lot of room for parking on the actual street.
It's a narrow.
It's up there in that back corner of the lot there closest.
Yeah.
Where it makes that 90 almost and goes down the slope.
Well, and one of my, this study is, made me think about, well, when that lot is developed, should the city require dedication of right of way there? Because it is pretty narrow.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that in one of the.
And so, yeah, that's something that came up in my mind. But yeah, I didn't talk about how a lot of those cars park perpendicular in there, and that's on private property.
Advocating parking going away, but if and when it could, because that's private, it could be developed, or if a school ever had a need to restrict the parking in their lot, those people go elsewhere. I had on 15.
I've got one more point maybe on page 15, which is that you mentioned Hector Street, and it's no fish fest, but there is mass at that church somewhere between 1 and 4 times a month. And it doesn't seem, it's not on anybody's radar, right? Like it didn't appear on this list of congested areas. And I think that's probably due to the fact that they utilize a lot of that unofficial perpendicular parking.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a sort of case study of how using some of that adult parking more effectively can alleviate the perception that there's a parking.
Is that a city-owned lot? That vacant lot kind of on the.
No, but it's there is room in the right of way to do
I
perpendicular.
was just curious if the lot belongs.
And I think Eli and Josh have been talking about that actually and designing. That's been talked about for a long time.
Page 16. It was unclear to me, the second bullet one at the top, consider specifically designated areas for RVs to park. Is that a suggestion that, like, hey, if you have an RV and you want to park over in our town, here's the street where you're allowed to do it? So what was the intent behind that?
Yes. Or at least directing them to appropriate locations.
My thought on that is I doubt anybody will support anywhere near anybody's home as being an appropriate location.
No, that'd probably be harbor area.
Yeah.
And how do they access trails or Murphys or?
Right.
There isn't any designated RV parking in the Caltrans spots, is there?
There's another 88.
Is that possible to designate?
There's probably space there.
They're technically ride share lots, aren't they? I don't know if that.
I don't know. That's what I was asking.
I don't know what Caltrans would think of that.
Yeah.
I mean, people do park their RVs there. I've seen.
Oh, yeah.
Parallel too.
Mhm.
But those ride share lots are underutilized.
Yes, they are. So
I guess
Well, it is, I think, a good
it's
consideration.
a good consideration. Yeah. And maybe flush it out a little bit more, just so that way they're, located in a central spot. Instead of willy-nilly throughout town. Which is, currently what they end up being now. All about question, you're talking about those are the ones up on.
yeah, I wasn't sure where to. They've taken up quite a bit of parking over the years. So the holdouts the city was for that. And there were some complaints about that in the comments. I wasn't sure where to put them in the report or if to really put them in the report.
Was there just on Main?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, where else are they other than Maine?
Trinity. in Maine or the Maine. The school, yeah.
Well, just the crosswalk on Trinity, right? I was looking at
Yeah.
Google Maps.
But there continues to be discussion about more bulb outs. And the city's never gone through a permit process for the loss of parking from those, which I think we recognize now we would have to do. So maybe that's just have to go through a process. Yeah, I wasn't sure where that fit in this report.
It would be under a strategy.
No, maybe it's just part of the intro and history that bulb outs are one thing that's taken out.
Yeah.
Can I ask Trevor about the numbering of the strategies? Like, do you prioritize strategy number 1 over strategy number 5?
You know, there was actually a table that I did put them in kind of that priority order. And I think I had a sentence in here that said in order of recommended priority, but I wasn't sure I wanted to make that recommendation. But if you guys do, and you want me to say that or reorder them, that would be fine.
This is where I feel public input, an opportunity for public input on the strategies once we get this beyond the draft phase would be critical.
And maybe that's what it says, that these are not prioritized without public comment.
Right. The intent is to have public input to help prioritize the strategies. Also on 16, just relative to strategy number 2 overall, I'd suggest the strategy incorporate, consider restricted parking inventory and analyze, but not limit it to just red curves.
Okay.
Green, yellow, anything that we've done. And maybe that would be an appropriate place for bulb outs now that I think about it. It's just kind of a restricted
It is
parking.
kind of a red,
Yeah.
it is, yeah.
It is, you can't park there. Obviously I don't want to see 3 more trees cut down. But that's a separate thing. So it just maybe enlarge the scope of that would be my suggestion.
I would also reiterate at this point that in addition to regarding potential for reduction or removal, perhaps rationale for expanding or elongating.
Mhm.
Which the flow chart does a nice, it starts to get at that you've got at the back there.
But it never addresses potential
Adding.
expansion.
Yeah.
Just remove that.
It doesn't say shrink. Okay. I do think that just to that point, yeah, the flow chart is useful, but
Okay.
modifying that to somehow incorporate the concept of, again, enlarging it to all colored curves, and then just the appropriateness and sizing both directions to accomplish the goal, right?
Yeah, just change it. Or,
Yeah.
not just red curve, but yeah.
Right.
And not just shrinking, but modifying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tops
it's modifying, yeah.
I mean, anytime you use the word shrink, I think
Should the curve length be modified, or can it be to achieve the same purpose, or
Yeah.
does it need to be something along those lines? Page 16, how about page 17? Page 18. The fourth bullet point you have there in the program for reducing encroachments, prioritization of encroachments based on parking utilization areas. I'd like to add or potential for use based on proximity to trails and whatnot. Because it might be something that makes sense to try and, because it might, having the encroachment open on either side of the street there, for example, the end of Underwood might facilitate turning around without having to utilize somebody's driveway, because then you've got that right of way that's open.
Mhm.
Because there's the stormwater one that's a beautiful one that's right there now, and then it's literally opposite the street from that.
Yeah.
Page 19. Oh, sorry.
This is just a random thought. I was just looking at this and realized Roth Lane isn't in here.
Well, well, we didn't do scenic. We didn't do Berry or scenic as part of the study. But that doesn't mean that they can't be in some of the strategies. I mean, Groth Lane is private.
With an easement for the trail, correct?
Easement for pedestrian access.
Yeah, and there's people park there is what I guess I'm saying, both on the Groth Lane side and also on the Langford side.
Yeah. So yeah, we did not, I mean, if you look at figure 1, that just wasn't,
Yeah.
we just really did the main part of town. The only thing east of the freeway I did was that park and ride, just because I was doing the other park and ride.
Got it. Okay.
But I mean, that is a coastal access, but I think it's recognized that there's really not. And people park there, but there's not official parking.
Is there any cemetery? There's not, is there?
I don't know.
Parts in the road that goes around, and you might say that there's 1 or 2 parking spots over by the shed. But that's pretty much reserved for something official.
So are there like services there?
There are, and often cars are parked inside on the road that's just around, and then out onto Stagecoach.
Think about that.
Just thinking of other cemeteries and that, they're larger in scale. So they have more internal roadway capacity to hold the folks, but I feel like that's kind of a common practice to park within the.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't, there's not a lot of space to pull over, and there was an incident where somebody ran over a headstone and broke it.
All right. Anything on 18? Anything else? 19?
The fact that this is strategy 6.
Ah.
Research.
Well, we'll look at the priority.
Page 20. Under your caveat, I had a margin note here. We've already talked a little bit about the 20-minute the bluff, coastal commission, that popped into my brain, made it clear that any type of time restriction must be substantially justified. I don't know. I think that'll come if we do that strategy on time with it. The other thing I had was about restricted vehicle parking. I don't know if in the title to that, this paragraph seems to be particularly about RVs, just to really kind of restricted RV parking or just recreational vehicle parking. For the bold paragraph heading, because otherwise it doesn't get your text today.
Well, I guess the one, and I probably was RV parking, but then I added the, resident parking pass. So then it wasn't just RVs. I just sort of added that because that was some of the comments, and that's another type of restricted vehicle parking. I don't think that the city would ever implement something like that, but it's.
One.
I think you overlooked building a funicular. So I think you overlooked building a funicular down to the beach.
Then the figures, let's go through those here. Figure 1, just a general comment about the figures, and I know we've talked about other figures, but somehow denoting these figures are best viewed in color. reproduced in color. Because once that goes away, all the detail, or a lot of the detail, I think will get lost.
Yeah, similarly, there are other blindness issues as well. I don't know, just from accessibility standpoint. Green and, sorry, I think they're red and blue are located spaces. I forget though. There's some comparison.
Anything else on figure 1? Figure 2 that my comment on here, I understand, I think what you were trying to do was keeping the green zone green. And there's already existing parking inventory that's a slightly, but not really distinctly lighter shade of green.
Yeah.
You know, just,
Yeah.
it was, I had to work really hard.
Okay.
Really good lighting to be able to tell what was what. I don't know if patterns, X's, diamonds, V's might be a better way to do it. Crosshead, you know, that gets confusing with your encroachment notes, which are also letters, but I'll leave it to you. But just, I don't know what the solution is.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of this was difficult, like the one spot there, here, the tennis courts, the fire department spot. Technically, it shouldn't count as a parking spot because it's not available to the public. But I knew that if there was a fire truck parking there, it's going to get counted on the parking count. So most people do park there. So that, just even how to count a parking spot was sometimes.
What about how do you account for the post office vehicle parking? Is that a publicly available parking spot or no?
I mean, technically nothing says post office only, does it?
The backside does. There's
Behind the post.
When they repainted that recently, it's worked there in the last year or two.
Well, I think this is a good example of not having policies because I don't think that was done legally. I think they just decided to do.
Is that just their employee parking?
Yeah, definitely. But then again, it's a private parking lot. So
It's
where the rules.
And the city's parking standards are pretty vague. It just says you have to have so many parking spots per square footage of business. And it doesn't say you can't designate employee parking or you have to.
They will turn around and park their mail truck in a public spot.
The mail truck's always parked in the middle of the island. Yeah.
Was that the reference you made to a vehicle being parked for break-ins? A business, there was some business. I didn't know who that was. Some business, it's a company vehicle they park in town, right? That was the only.
I wonder. I don't know.
Figure out on a survey. Good job, guys. The other question I had is on Underwood. The sections opposite the trail there shows green. Those to me are very.
I didn't get that updated. Yes. No, there are a bunch of encroachments missing on Underwood.
Yeah, there's vegetation as you go through the arc of the curve, the inward arc, okay, cool. I did on this, just a thought to Claire, if you feel it is important to keep in the 20-minute loading zones, maybe 2A, figure 2A that would have just out and that remove that whole layer of color confusion from this. I don't know.
You need to add ADA and 20-minute zone on a separate sheet.
And red curves, yeah, because there was talk about, we want to see red curves and fire hydrants and that kind of stuff. And if that was the desire, maybe develop a whole new figure.
I think red curves is, again, I don't feel comfortable in how much I met, some of them are like little, and like, where do you start measuring when the curve goes up? And like, I don't know if I'd feel comfortable putting my data for red curves. It's pretty close, but in terms of actually putting red curve on a map, I don't know. Although
I was going
to can't measure 6 inches on this.
Well, then I was just going to say, do you feel more comfortable about the green zones, the blue zones you've measured than the red, or is it because?
Yeah, they were a little more obvious. And again, 6 inches here or there isn't going to matter.
Okay.
We're on the red curve, 6 inches here and there matters. Not that would show up on the map, but.
Perhaps in the legend, just a little asterisk saying, lengths of.
Approximate, yeah.
It's on figure, what was that? 2. Coming to figure 8. Same feed for all. Yeah.
Yeah, those greens didn't come out. Do you have a suggestion? I mean, it's sort of
Patterns,
green, okay. The line,
a row of.
yeah, the thickness of so,
pound signs and exclamation marks and, to make it look busy, but I don't know.
We're talking about figure.
Figure 8, just overall, coloring issues.
the two greens are
The
difficult.
2 greens are very difficult on figure 8. I mean, for there, make one of them blue or purple or,
Could be blue, probably.
pretty intuitive.
But you're right. I mean, the greens, you kind of have to compare it to the closest one next to it to see. I mean, potentially the 20 to 40 could be a lighter green or a more yellow green. Or we could look at doing blue for less than 20%.
Or outline it.
Outline it or some sort of pattern. The lines are a little thin maybe for a pattern, but that's potential too.
Yeah, I guess trying to think of our audience. That large majority of what is complete will be viewed on.
And screen colors vary.
Screen color vary, that's true. So any hashing that we can do or
Yeah.
it would be very useful.
Yeah, primarily between greens, but also between the 80 to 100% red and the greater than 100% red. Yeah, I mean, it's the same scale, but
Yeah.
you don't actually see it until the next page.
Yeah. I think 9 or 10. Open it up to our speaking patient public. It's tonight. Anybody had any comments on the parking survey? Parking study, excuse me. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right. I apologize real quick. Thank you very much.
Anything else?
Maps, anything on those last forms?
Yeah. Seems like some of the resident survey comments got truncated. That sentence.
Okay. Yeah,
Survey 5.
they did.
I don't know, it's just like.
I worked on that a couple of times, but yeah.
Same thing.
It's Excel. Yeah.
Every time you change something that, yeah.
I guess it's page 59, talk about this before the dimensions in the is there any meaning to the 2 different colors? I mean, I don't have any problem with that. I just wasn't sure if there was some legend that I was missing.
No.
Okay. I guess the same thing then on page 60.
Gary, I believe I saw you up there for a moment.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of questions, and I haven't read the whole thing, so thank you for the hard work on doing this. I was wondering about parking in alleys, and if that was addressed in the parking study. I know that several homes that are in the alley between View and Ocean, there's several residents who regularly park there. And with my new STR, that's the approved parking area for that, since there was no good parking on View Street that was meeting the requirements. So I just didn't know if those parking spaces were considered in the parking study.
They were not. That's a good question. Maybe I should mention it in the study at least. But certainly alley parking has been an issue in the past in terms of emergency access.
Right.
Certainly.
Right.
Yeah, I think the boundary between in the alley, it's not public parking, I guess, is this was really focused on street parking, and the alley parking would all be on private property, and not available to the public, which is why it wasn't included, but it's definitely an issue that comes up in town.
Okay. Yeah. And maybe just with right of ways and things like that, making sure that there's, because sometimes in that particular alley, if a homeowner is parking on one side of the alley and another homeowner is parking, sometimes you have to be very careful going through there. So I was just wondering, maybe it doesn't need to be maybe just making sure there's some kind of caveat as you wrote in some of the other places where there's making sure there's plenty of emergency access or good right of way for traffic throughway in the alleys. And then the only other thing I noticed that the state park parking is not included, and that's because it's state park.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely public access. I didn't do Stagecoach or State Park, since that's not city controlled. Okay.
I just think the state park is close to walking trails or walkability through Trinidad. So I don't know if we need to or not. It doesn't look like there's a parking problem. So we might not have to worry about that, working with the state on seeing if that could be. I'm sure people park there publicly and walk. So I was just wondering if there was some reason why that wasn't included in the study. And then my last question is more long-term future conditions or capacity. Some of us were at the Trinidad Rancheria's community meeting last night regarding their project. And I was surprised that their project also included coming into the city of Trinidad with various different additional points of access, both to North West Haven Drive and then coming into town, possibly roundabouts, possibly some other changes to Scenic Drive. So I was just curious, Trevor, if we've gotten their study or their data to say, is there such a capacity increase in traffic flow that there's these needed changes? And if there is that capacity of traffic, what do we need to be planning for in the future? If they're projecting, maybe it's just because the casino development and their hotel eventually development, et cetera. But if there's capacity that we need to be thinking about, we should have that data to see if it impacts the parking situation in the town site of Trinidad. Those were my initial thoughts as I was listening to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Those are a lot of good points. So yeah, maybe in the summary or somewhere, the just some commentary about the things that were not included and why.
Yeah, and yeah, I think Roth Lane and, you know, because those are
State park.
the state parks, those are public
And
access.
alleyways, I think it would go a long way, just to clarify what should or shouldn't happen if there is or is not an easement to the city for parking in the alleyways, that the only parking is non-private property, you know.
Yeah.
So just at least kind of the,
And I believe the city has a width
right.
requirement that you're supposed to.
But the alleyway between View and Ocean, I know exactly, I think where Sherry's referring to, there you can definitely see the well-worn slalom course between people that park on one side, the Ocean side, and people that park on the View side to access.
And they're partially in the alley.
Right, and some are not in the dedicated spaces for their, anyway, separate subject. All right, any other public comments? Right. See, hearing none, we'll bring it back to us. Trevor, do you have what you need from us?
I think so. Yeah.
I apologize. I had a question on the last chart. Jurisdiction chart.
That's later, isn't it? It's.
Oh. Yeah, I think you're.
Sorry, I went ahead.
I bet you have questions from that one.
Yeah, I had some too.
Okay. No, I flipped over and I
just wanted to add regarding that state park parking is, I guess, theoretically restricted, right? Because there's a gate that is at least theoretically sometimes closed.
Sunset to sunrise, I believe. I don't know that it's actually ever opened or closed or locked or unlocked. But at least theoretically is restricted.
the last time that I think there was a discussion on that, there was a problem that they didn't have the resources to open and close it. So I don't think they do anything with it yet. But that was probably 3 or 4 years ago.
I think you can make the argument that that's not always freely accessible.
All right. And shall we move on to 3, administrative CDP regulations.
Right. Thank you. Right.
Does anybody here need a brief break before we get these last two?
Yeah, I did take this one. Yeah, this one's pretty straightforward, I think. So this is a task that we were kind of looking at streamlining residential projects by sort of streamlining the permitting process, design review, by looking at exemptions, permit exemptions, and then administrative permit provisions. And we had to drop a lot of that for a number of reasons. One, we're not going to be able to align the design review and the CDP requirements. I don't think right now, when you get design review, it constitutes approval of your CDP. And we don't actually have a separate process for CDPs, which becomes problematic because there are some things that require CDPs, but not design review or something else. Like parking. And so, and then also, and there's a pretty specific list of CDP, coastal development permit exemptions in the Coastal Act regulations. We really can't deviate from those. We can't be less strict or more strict. We were looking at being more strict to align it with design review. And then the other thing we looked at were exclusions. So the Coastal Commission can approve what are called exclusion orders for local jurisdictions. And actually the exemptions that are in the city zoning ordinance is an exclusion order. They kind of follow they're weird. They're not great. But the most important thing I think that was in that was for septic system repairs. That's really one of the key things that I would like to see in those. But anyway, it ended up, we couldn't really do that at this time under this grant. So we ended up with really just these administrative CDP provisions, which I think will be helpful for some projects, especially, and we do need them for ADUs. And I can approve septic repairs administratively under this in areas that aren't appealable. That's really limited. But anyway, so I think at this point, these again, we tried to tailor them. Originally, we tried to tailor them more to Trinidad, but it basically is just now follows the Coastal Act regulations and is what it is for the most part. And there are some things that I included in here that will eventually reference other sections of the zoning ordinance, but we don't have those right now, like those development permit findings. Those will be in their own section at some point. But anyway, so this is another SB2 grant task. And again, it's required for the ADU ordinance. So I think I will probably combine the two eventually. It'll be the ADU ordinance, and we'll also have this section that's added in as well. So it's not as easy a process as you might hope for an administrative permit. You still have to make the required CDP findings. I have to make that, or whoever the zoning administrator is. And so you basically still have to submit a full application, all the information you would have to submit if you were doing a full application. It still gets noticed to the neighbors and it still gets reported to the planning commission. So it's not as much of an abbreviated process, but it doesn't require public hearing. So we would probably add a consent agenda for the planning commission that we don't do now. And it's just reported. And if someone wants to pull it and discuss it, again, and you could vote for it to go to full CDP and full hearing. So it's not, the other option was, there is a process we could do waivers for projects. So that would be another option. And I believe that also is only limited to the appealable or non-appealable areas. And the waivers, you can't add any conditions on them. So just thought that wouldn't be as useful. We did discuss that, waivers versus administrative permits. That process is a little simpler, but anyway, this is what we have based on our discussions with Coastal Commission.
Staff report, or shall we dive in?
I have a kind of a existential question. With Underwood not qualifying as the first public road, are there any impacts to previous projects that would have been appealable?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So the way you've described it here is Underwood is not the first public road any longer.
Well, it never was. I tried to make it the first public road. So it isn't currently.
Yes.
No, it never was.
That makes me feel that. Okay.
And I have to apologize. This is not. This is the wrong version of the regulations. This is March. Old version. This is not. We shouldn't spend time discussing it. I was hoping to get a recommendation from you tonight, but anyway, it's going to go to into the ADU ordinance anyway. So it wouldn't go straight to the city council, but I apologize, this is not.
Is it significantly different or subtly different?
It's because this whole list, that's what made me notice first, is this whole list of projects here is not, again, this is what we tried to tailor to Trinidad, and we just have to go back to what coastal acts, which is, that's probably the primary difference. Sorry. Dang it.
We continue to a later meeting, right?
Yes. I mean, if you want the map, and if you want to, I mean, if you have any questions about that map, or the flow chart, those are correct. But again, I'm correcting this. Yeah, so this appealable area is going to cut off this Underwood section here to cross. Basically it goes at Parker Street. It's a little south of Parker Street because that's the 300 feet from a bluff. Is that one? But yeah, so right now I'm working on a map that looks at the different ADU setbacks so that we can kind of look at, but you can get an idea, this yellow part of the city, administrative permits are not going to jump.
All right. Since we're continuing that, I think it's probably best. Let's move on to agenda item number 4, then. Water conservation permitting amendments.
So this is a continuation. We discussed this at the special meeting July 12th. This is a LEAP grant task looking at ways to conserve water. We've completed a couple of the subtasks, which was to look at water use over time and sort of set up a system by which we can monitor water use into the future. So we've done that. The conclusion from the Planning Commission was that since water use is down, there's no need to do anything kind of heavy-handed regulatory at this time, but we wanted to monitor water use over time. So to that end, on the very last page is an outline of what an annual water report might look like. But then we could stick in individual, because once you export that data to Excel, you could use mail merge to put, individual water use for each person and generate that. So there's that to look at. And then the other part of that grant task that we've been working on is our landscaping regulation. So the primary piece of that is the water efficient landscape ordinance, which we're basically just going to refer to the state standards, but then it's in the city's ordinance so that people know it applies and can look for it. But I also took the opportunity to pull some ideas out of our general plan update policies that apply to landscaping and would help conserve water with landscaping. So that's what's in section A. And then to sort of help you put that in context, I pulled out all the various policies from the draft general plan apply to plants and landscaping. So you can see what those look like. Most of them come from the design review regulations. And then I also amended the regulations as we discussed at the last meeting, trying to simplify the requirements for landscaping plans. Trying to kind of, we talked about, if you can check certain boxes, you don't need to go through this process. And, we might have to think, well, we've got a lot of landscaping policies in design review, but maybe we don't want those in design. So something to think about to balance that. And then also just the prescriptive, just for, again, for context, this is the prescriptive option from the state water efficient landscaping ordinance. So if you're less than 2,500 square feet of landscaping, you don't have to do as many of the calculations. You can just follow this prescriptive, which I think is what we're going to get.
Any questions specific to the staff? We kind of dive in. I had one, and I think I know we talked about it last time, but I apologize, I can't remember the 3 potential definitions for landscaping you have down there.
Yeah.
Are you wanting us to kind of
Sure.
choose one, and then where?
You don't have to choose one. You can make up your own, but those are just some examples, and maybe there's pieces of different ones that you like. But yeah, I think it would be good to have a definition.
I like the one of City of Utah.
These players are the same.
Yeah.
Next. And where would that fall likely in ordinance?
Put out as a definition,
Okay.
sections of the zoning.
To that point, I had thought, I don't know if it would be appropriate for the definitions, but also maybe at the very beginning, right, where it says landscaping and screening. Between that and A, landscaping is the definite, here's the definition right there. I'm not doing that great.
I mean, it's included in the water efficient landscape area is defined there.
Yeah. I'm just thinking for someone trying to figure out what they do and don't need to having a process they need to do to landscape. Okay, and I'm not doing anything on that list. I don't even have to keep reading, kind of a opportunity. All right. So anything else on page 1?
Your question was these will need to be defined as for human consumption. Kitchen gardens and fruit trees. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and it wasn't necessarily a question, but I think Chris, you mentioned edible landscaping. But I think you could define a lot of things as edible. So I thought, and I think your intent was more like a vegetable garden or herb, it could be herb garden. And so I was thinking, that we should define that as being human consumption. As opposed to just putting in an edible landscaping. Yeah. And we could define edible landscaping too as that, but.
Under irrigation, I don't recall seeing in the standard here anything about if they're using gray water. That's something I was interested in. I think they do.
Yeah, I added something about if you're not using
there's
exceptions for having to do a landscape.
And I guess if somebody's using non-potable water,
it doesn't matter what kind of irrigation.
Do I care that they're standing with a hose and no, you have to put in a drip system? No, I mean.
Well, I guess one of the issues was one of the things that we've talked a lot about, though, was runoff.
True.
So I would think that you would want to regulate.
Well, but it doesn't matter if they're spraying it all over the place as long as it's not running off their property.
Well, that's what I'm referring to, is
Yeah.
if there's runoff.
So that's covered in the water waste prohibition.
7 right below that. Low head drainage, excessive runoff, overspray.
I mean, in reality, it's going to be rainwater, right? And not gray water.
It could be, maybe someone wants to do rainwater from that out the shower. Or dishwashers, kitchen sink.
As long as it meets, I mean, the county,
I mean, people can choose to design that into their home if they're wanting
yes,
to get a group system. So
yes.
some jurisdictions encourage and grant funding. For body water, have at it. What about under irrigation methods versus systems? I know that's kind of minute, but I don't know. System sounds like it needs to be this
Has
very
to be installed
complex timer, this and that. If I just want to, have a bubbler hose that I hook up to
Yeah.
from my rain tank and turn it on twice a week. I don't know.
That's fine.
Well, okay, so that was a little confusing to me, because how did this all play together? Because if you look at the prescriptive compliance option, that is very, very sophisticated. We're talking controllers, regulators, shut-off valves, and all irrigation emission devices must meet the requirements of some ANSI standard.
Well, that's if you're above 500 square feet of new landscaping or 2,500 square feet of rebuild. So as long as this irrigation doesn't standard doesn't conflict, because this also applies to theoretically applies to existing landscaping, where this prescriptive only applies to the 500 square feet of new or 2,500 square feet of rehabilitated.
That's what's missing, because see, we just say this is Appendix D prescriptive compliance, and I read that to mean that as long as we meet these requirements, regardless of the size.
I guess I should have taken out the Appendix D, because this is not to put in Trinidad's regulations. This was for your context. I apologize.
Okay, well, that makes me feel a little bit better. This is draconian.
Well, but it is the requirement.
Yeah, I was going to say this comes out of the state, which
This comes out of the
choosing
state.
to.
And this is the simple option. I know. The ordinance is it's like 50 pages long.
Yeah, I remember you had given it.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So just a question on that. So then with this prescriptive compliance option, we can't change anything. It is literally what
You
it
can make
is.
it more strict.
Okay.
So again, I'm just trying to figure out, I apologize, but how does this fit in? Will this be in our?
Appendix D, no, this prescriptive option would not be in our ordinance. It is basically referred to in section D of what I have of these proposed regulations. And since we're talking about landscape plans and the requirements for landscape plans, I thought it might be helpful if you have, this is the state's requirements if you have more than 500 square feet of new or 2,500 square feet of rehabilitated landscape, this is the simple option.
So this could apply though. If I have 2,500 square feet or 500 square feet of new, as this is this draft, assuming this were to go forward,
Yeah,
I am going to be held to Appendix D, or it's an option.
that's right.
to choose.
Yes, you are, and that's what section D
Does it?
refers to. It refers to if you have that. So any area 500 square feet of new landscaping or 2,500 square feet of modified landscaping has to comply with the well level. And so I tried to, and sometimes it's a little confusing, but I tried to fit our landscaping plans into, so these landscape plans requirements only apply to less than that. Because if you're over those, you have to do them well over. If you're less than that, then you do the city's landscape.
Does the state language define landscape? It must, right?
Yes, yeah, there's,
'Cause we want,
again, there's probably 10 pages of definitions.
because suddenly the definition matters, right? I mean, not suddenly, but it occurs to me that the definition matters now that we're talking about specific square footages of landscape.
And it does, I mean, there is in here is landscape area means. And so those are what you calculate your areas. And so they don't care about hardscapes, even though some landscaping does and might be design review, and we care about stormwater. But since it's water, they only care about water features. It's a little bit different.
I formulated a clarifying question.
It's
So A, B, and C, right?
Mhm.
Of the proposed ordinance apply universally, right?
well, I think A applies universally.
Sorry, section D, the WELO, the MWELO, that only comes into play.
If you're greater than 500 square feet of new landscaping or 2,500 square feet of
Okay.
modified.
If you're not,
If you're less than that. So, and then A applies to everything.
right, regardless of the size.
Regardless of the size. B, the intent is to apply to new and modified landscaping less than the WILO.
Right, 500, 2,500 again, right?
Yeah.
Or each a few things.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the screening is specific to commercial properties and is an aesthetic, is basically an aesthetic report.
Okay.
Maybe a flow chart would be helpful.
Yeah.
And also looking at the structure, I mean, it's fairly clear, right? Because right off the bat, the following standard shall apply to all landscaping, which we now know is all new and existing landscaping, right? B, you could just include a similar sentence. The following standard shall apply to all landscaping less than 500, all new landscaping of less than 500 square feet or 2,500 square feet. Just for some consistency.
Then screening, it says these regulations are intended, but I could add something, they shall apply to commercial projects.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
And then D, all projects greater than
Yeah, that's a little long. Kind of back to page 1. Was there anything else on 1? Yeah, flip through here.
Well, I've sort of mentioned it before, but now is it possible that depending on the definition of landscaping that we adopt, there's not.
We need to look at
less than
it
500
500, yeah, because if we're including hardscape and decorations, then that area could be different. And so I need to look at that. Maybe D is landscaping as defined by, and it's a different.
Well, there's actually two things going on here. One is the definition of landscaping, and all three definitions here include the non-vegetation type of stuff.
Yeah.
But for the purpose of defining the area, you don't include the non-vegetation.
That's for the Wello. But for the city, maybe you do include those in your area.
Why would we want to?
You want to look at it. I mean, it is hardscapes are part of design review.
Well, but again, I guess I see what you're saying. That would kick in then the higher requirements if we deleted the hardscapes.
No.
I mean, if we didn't, I'm sorry.
If you
wait.
Yes, potentially.
Yeah.
But I think it's, the city's looking at it differently. You're not just looking at water conservation.
How would you measure a hardscape with vegetation periodically throughout it?
And, really, I was looking at this as, so if you're between, but even if you're in the Wello, that should still be design review if you're looking at landscaping as part of design review. Well, and so I guess under the grant, we were really supposed to be looking at water conservation and the Wello specifically. We don't necessarily need to have these we don't have to have the reference to the Wello in our regulations. It applies regardless of whether it's on our regulations or not. One of the reasons for including it in the regulations was to make sure people are aware of the requirement. So they go look through the city's regulations. How would they know that there's a state law that they have to apply with? Maybe. So, I'm just thinking about next steps because this grant's ending. What do we do for next steps? We can continue to pursue this separate, or we could wrap it into the larger LCP update that we're going to be looking at. We could just move forward with the Wello section. I'm not sure there's a huge need for that. Maybe in the interim, the solution would be more to include reference to the Wello in our application. So we are going to be updating our application forms coming 6 months or so. And maybe that's where we wrap the Wello in the interim until we get to the larger LCP update. Because I don't know that landscaping is necessarily a planning commission priority. I think, and so with the ending of this grant, I don't know that it's a priority to continue to pursue this outside of the larger LCP update. Unless you want to continue the momentum. But we could wrap Wello into our forms at least.
The way we've got it set up now that I understand where the prescriptive stuff came in, it does make sense when you look at paragraph D. Because it says, in addition to the requirements of this section, all applicable development, and it goes on to define what that is. And it's very clear, 500 square feet and above, or modified of 2,500. And then it does specifically describe what is included for the purposes of that section, section B. So driveways, parking lots, decks, gravel or stone walks, and other pervious and non-pervious hardscapes are designated for non-development. So that kind of clears it up for me, at least.
Okay.
I just was having trouble trying to figure out where that other thing fit in. Now I understand.
Okay. Well, and I think B is, though, it's not going to fit nicely in between. Because I still think, again, if you're over 2,500 square feet of modified landscaping, you're probably at a grading permit and probably at design review anyway, for example. So, does B still apply to those projects that also have a MUELO requirement? And the thing is, I didn't want someone to have to do 2 landscape permits. But is this MUELO plan going to suffice for design review? I guess.
Well, the way it's up right now under paragraph C, any project that's above the 2 requirements, 500 and 2,500, shall comply with subsection D below. So that flips you over, you go right to the MUELO.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that right? In addition to other applicable requirements in this section, if there are any.
So, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, it's really covered.
And I think previous comments where we said that highly unlikely that we're going to have many instances where there's going to be more than 500 square feet of new landscaping. So
Yeah. It probably, most likely be a new project on a vacant lot. Of course, maybe a substantial re.
The criteria to have to submit a landscape plan, right?
Yeah, that was
Is that 500, 2,500 again, or does it read that way right now? Why? New development, okay, I understand that, but significant expansion. Well, I guess it does then. I'm sorry, when you get into B. For single family, okay. I'm just thinking, I'm trying to think through the most likely time that this is even going to come up for somebody. And it's going to be, I would think, someone that wants to redo landscaping on their property or new development. New development is pretty clear. That's going to trigger all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Be a lot of radar.
So this one is, so this is getting that in between the modified landscaping of more than 500 square feet, but less than 25 where the MUELO kicks in. Or if it's within 100 feet of a niche or within 50 feet of the edge of a bluff, because those are basically where the CDP exemptions don't apply. So technically landscaping within 50 feet of a bluff requires a coastal development.
The question under, I think it's number 4, the building permit. What projects, am I understanding this right then? As long as you're under 500 or 2,500, there's no building permit required, or?
What section are you looking at?
Sorry, on page 2, under exceptions, building permit. I guess it's not clear reading this. When do you and when you don't, when you not have to get a building permit to do landscaping on your property?
So one of the keys to the MUELO is if you were doing 2,500 square feet of rehabilitated, over 2,500 square feet of rehabilitated landscaping, but that's all you're doing, and it doesn't require a permit, then Wello doesn't apply.
Doesn't apply?
Doesn't apply. So that's. It's, I think I need a flow chart. So the Wello applies to
Very true.
any development requiring a permit.
Where are you with that?
So I'm looking at D1.
Under prescriptive?
No, on page,
Oh, D.
yeah, on page 4, on page 82 of the packet.
Thank
So the Wello requirements apply to any development requiring a permit that includes new landscaping of 500 square feet or more, or modified landscaping of 25. So, and that's where it gets weird to me, because that's a huge, to me, that's a big loophole. So you could, do an addition to your building and then later come back and say you're going to do landscaping. That doesn't require a permit until you get around the ordinance. That seems weird to me. But so it's only if it requires a permit. So grading, CDP, design review, building permit. It doesn't require any of those now. In Trinidad, if you're disturbing more than 1,000 square feet, it usually requires to kick in a grading permit. But if you're just planting,
this is where the flow chart or matrix of, what does or doesn't require is helpful, I think, for someone that wants to comply and follow rules. Right, frequently get lost in these discussions or have a hard time.
But D1 that you just referenced. Is that our wording or is that the state's?
that's the state's wording.
Okay, so they are somehow or another inserting a permit into this process. Yeah, we get a flow chart.
So if you're doing 5,000 square feet of landscaping, but it doesn't require any kind of permit.
Or 2,499. Back and do another 2,000. I mean, there's ways around every.
It seems like there's some, that's a big loophole there. Which is one of the reasons I thought Trinidad might need its own.
There's gonna be. That was page 2, I think, right?
We got out of
Did we
the staff report, did we?
Oh, we still have some time and budget in this task, and then I'm going to work on a flow chart. I mean, I think just starting a flow chart with our existing rules, including the Wello, be a good start. And then how does this fit in?
So, current and proposed, is what you're saying,
Yeah.
two flow charts.
Yeah.
Okay. Clear that the devil is in the details here.
I mean, I do have a few more questions though, just to keep going through.
Yeah.
If that's good for everybody, just give you a little bit more when you come back with flow charts, right?
Yeah.
So anything on page 2?
Oh, yes. I had a question on exception.
Okay.
Well, two, actually, 2A and B. The first one, do not include landscaping that it requires irrigation of potable water beyond the initial meter establishment. I don't know what would happen if you were in a drought for 2 years and you felt like you wanted to put some water on your drought tolerant plants to keep them alive. And yet this says that you have to have landscaping that you could never water after the initial year. I don't understand that.
Only to avoid the landscape plan.
Okay, so that.
And I think that actually comes from, that's an exception in the Wello as well.
Is 2B also in Willow?
No, that is from the city's, there's that policy in our general plan that says, so again, this is tied to the design review and view protection requirements. And there's that policy that says vegetation over structures and vegetation over 3 feet high won't be allowed to significantly block. That's where the 3 feet. And that's what our views and vegetation ordinance is based on. And that's what a number of our design criteria are looking at. So that's where that's.
So if I'm caught in this catch-22 where right now I don't need a landscaping plan if I don't have something that's less than 3 feet. But as soon as I put in a plant that's over 3 feet, I need a landscaping plan.
Well, I think that's up for discussion. And I think,
Yeah, well, sure.
yeah, I mean, so that's where that comes from. That's where the 3 feet comes from. And I think one of the things we need to do is look again at our design criteria where we look at landscaping and kind of reconcile, well, we're including landscaping in our design review criteria. Are we going to require landscaping to be in our design review criteria? I mean, that's sort of the overall philosophical question.
Yeah, thank you.
If Richard wanted to plant a 4 foot tall shrub, he could do it, right? It's not.
Well, I guess it's
Less
not if it's less than 500 square feet. So
But I would need a landscaping plan.
no, if it's a single family project that includes for development, so it's associated with some sort of development that includes more than 500 square feet. So if you just wanted to plant a shrub, then this wouldn't. If you're doing more than 500 square feet of landscaping or a project that requires a permit that's associated with landscaping, then.
One a year, one tree a year. Stay off the radar. That's the workaround. All right. Anything on page 2? Anything else? I think that's where we're. Page 3. I had a couple questions under the screening section. Requiring regular watering.
Well, this
I don't
is
know, that just struck me as contrary to kind of our.
sure. Which one? Which subsection?
C1 maintenance. Such maintenance shall include where appropriate pruning, weeding, cleaning, fertilizing, and regular watering. I mean, I understand the intent.
Yeah.
Meaning
Well,
regular watering by the most efficient means possible, or by
It does say where appropriate.
Regular watering until established.
I don't know. I mean, the screening stuff might not be. Yeah, I don't know. It just.
Well, I think, okay, so I have it. So these are the existing, this is the one section that's in the existing ordinance. So these are the only landscape standards in in the city's current zoning ordinance. And I have not, I think they need work, but I didn't mess with them because they weren't water conservation related. But I think, you bring up a point that is, they are. But when we do the overall update, we do need to look at these, I think, more closely.
And then who is the design assistance committee in the next section?
That would be the planning commission plus one member of the city council,
Okay.
is how the ordinance was originally written. But that didn't get updated in here, huh? Where does it say? Does it?
Under two materials.
Yeah.
Where treaty required, acceptable to the design assistance committee.
Okay,
So
so,
you said PC plus one council member.
yeah, so that's how the ordinance was originally written. In around 2001 or 2, we did an ordinance amendment to just to change all the design assistance committee to planning commission. Because it created an even number of votes, which had been problematic. And then the city council member, if it got a project was appealed, would have to recuse themselves. And then there's an even number. But that was never certified by the Coastal Commission. So you guys are still the design assistance committee. You're just minus your city council member. And we must have, and that amendment must have missed this section. Because it's in the codified. If you look online, you don't see design assistance committee that got in the code, but this one got missed.
Anything else on 3? Moving on, 4. Under the dense landscaping solid wall fence for screening purposes, right? That is retroactive or no? It is, I mean, as I read, it's in existing places should have had it. I can think of spots in town where there are no screening between, and I guess would it apply if there's an adjacent parcel next to it?
It's not clear whether this applies to existing or retro.
A question, I guess.
Well, under the first sentence under screening.
Yeah.
Says these regulations are intended to protect law and to improve the appearance of new commercial development in the city.
Well, and I added commercial mainly because we talked about that last time, but new development in the city. So yeah, you're right. Thank you.
Okay.
So it applies to new development.
And so then putting back at A, these screens should also be then at least 50% by area natives. Is that true?
Yes.
Those plants exist.
Yeah, right. Is a good one.
But now that one specific, now it does say the following standards shall apply to all landscaping, but it does say new plants. So we're not going to make people rip up their existing. But yes, for any new projects.
And also 4.
And I do need to have, before we start incorporating this, these ESHA requirements into the regulations, I need to have a conversation with Coastal Commission staff about what's required. This is in Fort Bragg's ordinance. Is that because the Coastal Commission required that to be in their ordinance, or is it because Fort Bragg wanted it? I'm guessing that's because ordinance.
There's a road or a right of way. Does that eliminate the adjacency requirement? Do you know?
Well, I did mention that I think adjacent needs to be defined. I did mention that because I wasn't clear on that. Then, or maybe a budding would be a better word.
Right.
Yeah. A trail, maybe. That's a good question.
This is, sorry, wasn't there a, regarding uses, wasn't there a distance from each shaded park someplace?
Yeah, so in the when a landscape plan is required is if you're within 100 feet of a beach. And that's because again, CDP exemptions.
So is that 100 feet then, it's not adjacent to that.
That's not, I don't think that's adjacent, no. So you'd be required to have a landscape plan, but not necessarily.
Prescriptive compliance option, is there any increased restrictions? Restrictions, that's apparently all we're allowed to do this.
The only comment I would make is that, some of this is, bureaucratic that probably needs to be defined maybe somewhere. Like I said, ANSI specs are not exactly the easiest thing to interpret. That's making it any more difficult. Sure.
Even turf, I hope, is defined somewhere.
I'm sure, again, it's gotta be a list of, it's a huge list of them.
These are just the existing.
These are just the existing, again, for context. I would like some input on the annual water report. I think that's a great idea. And that could be, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, the two thoughts I had on there, if it's a new owner, absolutely, I would suggest including the previous owners and maybe share with them, hey, the previous owner had X number of occupants in the home. But why not give them some kind of data? Oh, yeah, I'm using it more. Well, I know I bought the house from a retired, person that died. So, and personally, I would love to see the individual data first, and then the system data after that. Because if we're only going to have a couple minutes for someone to read something else from the city or whatever their approach is,
Sure.
I'd rather have the most meaningful stuff.
when we're talking about getting things mailed to people, right? I mean, I really personally be most interested in my individual data and be informed that the system-wide data exists on, say, the city website.
Okay. So maybe two separate reports.
Because this, the individual data is going to differ by household, right? The system-wide data is not. So that can just remain static on the website and just cite the website. Send people
Just add this QR code and you can.
And that would cut down, because maybe this could be put on like a postcard or something. Larger report that goes to the planning commission gets put on this.
Yeah, just line says like, please see .ca.gov/water use or system use.
No, I was just, I just recently received, and I started to say something, but Mike Miller is trying to get everyone on his list to put their contact information on the website. So my thought was to follow up with what you said, Chris, is then to put all of the data on the website. I didn't have to send out anything because it would all be then utilized if that could be possible.
The city website now is an opt-in thing where you can choose what notifications you want to receive by text.
But it could be individual, but if 50 people are signed up and I send the individual data, it's going to go to those 50 people.
No, I got the impression, well, that's a good point.
No.
Everyone is supposed to have their own individual email address, as I understand, right?
If you want to, it's optional. You don't have to
Yeah.
subscribe.
Oh,
It's if
okay.
you want to get the notifications from the city, then please.
City email address?
No, it's a way for the city to blast information out. So when you sign up, there's an option for emergency notifications, water system, happen, also, it's joint venture. And I chose everything for now to see what kind of volume I get headed my way.
Probably not much for what.
Right. But, there could be something on there, water data. Yes, I'd like the annual report data sent to me. Yes or no? I don't know.
Okay.
But another way to collect at least.
Yeah, I admit I haven't looked at Dwight's email that closely, but it just looked to me like it could be personalized, but I'll look again.
Yeah. All right, we will open it up for public comment then. For the water conservation permitting and landscaping discussion, if there is any. Seeing still nobody with us here in the room. All right, I'll bring it back to us. Anything else for Trevor? Trevor, do you have what you need from us?
Yeah, any other comments on the report? It might probably be easier to comment if you actually had one in front of you, but.
Sure that I see that it would be beneficial by zone.
It's just more the idea of comparing your property to similar properties like PG.
I mean, it's. You think there'd be that much similarity?
I made a suggestion to do that kind of because on the PG&E bill, at least it says, the average household
Yeah.
uses that too. At least it gives you a metric. Well, yeah, and I've got 3 kids and all the people around me are,
Maybe the average, maybe just average residents.
I'm not, it's not hard, right? Just, we were looking to streamline a little bit, but.
I think it might be because you're comparing, you're like, well, I use less water than I did last year. But then you look and you're like, oh, but I use a lot more water than everybody else.
I think that's important information, frankly. It's
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
educational. We can use some shame.
All right. Then we will move on from that agenda item. Commissioner reports. The WAC meeting did not happen. So, to be determined. That's all I have to say. Anything else staff report wise?
So the SB2 and LEAF grants are winding down, basically done at the end of the month. We have to submit final invoices at the end of next month. So I'm working on the final reports. There are a number of loose ends. And I would like to continue to work on, there's a couple of ordinances that the city council already passed that I need to get submitted to the Coastal Commission, but we're trying to figure out the codification, the numbering system. It's been very complicated. And, I think it might be worth continuing to work on the ADU ordinance as well. Finalize the parking study. But some of this stuff is going to end up getting wrapped up into the larger LCP update. So we're going to move on to the LCP update grant. There's an OPC grant that is hopefully going to start moving along a little bit better. And you have a REAP grant. That's what's going to redo the application forms. Move on to that. And then I've got a couple of permit applications that will be coming up for a new house on Langford. Tristan's looking at a subdivision of his property. Checking both those applications.
In the past, you have provided us with a list of the various grants.
have to do kind of an annual planning projects, priorities.
Just especially since we're transitioning over SB2 and LEAP and going to, what was it, a REAP?
We're reaping.
We're reaping now. Yeah.
It went from local to regional.
Oh, okay. So it might be useful just to understand what's in those grants.
Also to develop something relating to the general plan, what has been touched, what hasn't been touched, what's kind of almost a color.
I probably already have that, and
I mean, I would love to know.
because I think I did that for the council maybe last year, and we haven't really done much.
Just see what's left on the general plan for us to tackle, and then I really would like to revisit signage and start working on a signage master plan, or at least beginning to look at our ordinance. Signs are, I know I am. Signs are changing in town, and I'm hearing whisperings and rumblings, and so just want to make sure that we're ahead of the curve. There's, another election cycle coming. I know that was controversial. Our ordinance was silent in a couple areas of concern. So it's been, a full cycle.
So, I mean, what do you envision as a signage master plan? I mean, is this an update of the sign regulations?
I think to start, the signage master plan, I guess for me would be more, what does the city want our signage to look like? Is there theming? Is there everything encompassed in driftwood? I don't know what it would look like.
Well, we did that a little bit with our design review.
Right. Some of the electronic and
yeah. So that would be a starting point.
But then also, where we know we've had gaps or silent sections where we haven't had enough guidance to really answer questions. Let's try and fill some of that in. But I'm just afraid that if we don't, I anticipate that these things will come to us anyway, so I'd rather have some discussion.
I would say, the last few years signs have always been a huge issue, but like the last few years, there hasn't been much discussion about signs.
There probably should be. Every time I come off the freeway and I see the new barbershop sign there, I go.
On the Caltrans side, yeah.
It's not legal. I don't think it is.
Yeah. You're talking the one on the Caltrans.
Yeah.
Correct. Well,
It's on the freeway?
It's up as you come off the freeway, northbound freeway exit. You look up and there's that. Is it Caltrans?
It's gotta be. Yeah, I think it's a Caltrans sign. Like what build it up.
Where the services are offered.
Yeah.
And the new barbershop has their little sign, kind of a cardboard.
Well, Caltrans will take that down eventually.
They haven't seen it yet, I guess.
Wow.
And then
I was just going to say, and I think one of the things we really got to consider really, really hard is enforcement, because that's been the problem with signs always.
Well, it's the problem.
I know, yes, of course, but it'd be nice to get to.
Why we're talking about all these new regulations? Why haven't
I think part of that, though, absolutely, is having the tools and the rules lined out, so that way when somebody comes to the office and says, "Hey, I saw this," well, oh, yeah, here you go. You can't do that. And that's where.
That's where I'm heading.
Yeah.
And a lot of communities have like a sign permit. Maybe it's a little bit easier process than.
I will follow up with the rainwater catchment is there. I believe I understood at the coastal resiliency meeting. What was the one in here that was hosted? By Angela and Becky recently. Anyway, I thought I heard at that, or maybe at a council meeting, that there's part of the grant funding is to design a kind of shovel-ready, small-scale residential pre-approved or simple set of plans. So I wanted to follow.
Not as proud as that grant, but that's what we've always talked about that we want. We want a like engineered stamp or whatever kind of plan that someone could just put in for rainwater catchment. Now, so they're going to put in a demonstration project here, and maybe those plans could be scaled to something that residents can do. But I don't know that was specifically part of the grant, but I will ask because I think it should be.
I thought the GHD, that's part of their scope to
Okay.
develop that too.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah.
That would be great. I know there's some money left over in that grant and they're looking for ways to spend it.
Yeah. All right, anything else for future agenda items? All right, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
And official did assign inventory, and I don't know why it never went anywhere.
Frosted?
No, Tree John.
Oh, John. Okay, no, it's right.
And I don't know why this. No, I mean, I was just telling.
Recording stop.